a few minutes. As a president of FlowTex, I want to thank all our sponsors to make this possible, and also our great organizing committee who is volunteering their time and effort to make this happen every year. I just talked with Joel this morning and learned that we actually started 2007 with 4 people sitting in a pub. Grew a little bit next year, getting the vendors involved, and grew to 80 people or something. And now, if I can make this work, we are at around 700 total people this year. So we are steadily growing every year. And now when we are streaming this live, we are able to get even more people involved all around the globe. So I'm really happy to see so many people, both in person and online. I'll yield the floor to Marsha to introduce our clinical speakers. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone that's here and online. I always start the clinical session with some sort of, rich history. I think this part you guys have never heard before. So I actually met the FlowTex group in 2009 when I was working at Methodist Hospital Research Institute, and David was helping me work with instrumentation. But it was in 2011 after Lisa Gregg from BD actually gave me a job as a sales rep that we started talking about what would it look like to talk about clinical in these sessions. And so in 2011, we started doing that, and we formed a group of people who got together 13 different labs to standardize some panels for clinical flow cytometry. So coming this year to talk about text flow. Yeah, we reversed the words and called it text flow. And then later Connecticut got involved, as did many other states. And with Joe DiGiuseppe's help, we called it context flow. So for the past few years, we've been really focused on autoimmunity. Those are the talks we've been, going through. What is flow doing, in MS and beyond. But this year we're actually taking a pivot, and that's why I wanted to tell you, 12 years later, we're here talking about spectral flow cytometry in terms of clinical trials. And so really delighted to be able to introduce you to Megan McCausland. I know that she started at Emory University in the Vaccine Center, and then actually spent some time in La Jolla with Shane Crotty. But I met her through Q Squared, through Mark Edinger, who I know was on one of our panels last year. And the work that she's done at Q Squared has been phenomenal. She's been responsible for their global deployment of the Aurora across all of their sites. And so I really think that this talk is going to be pretty impactful to the clinical space. And I know we've seen some of the talk in a webinar and some in ICCS last year, but I think what she's teed up for you guys this morning will be equally interesting. And so it's my pleasure to introduce her to welcome her to the stage. Oh.
Great. Thank you, Marsha, for the warm welcome. Yep. Good. All right. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And I'm going to talk to you guys about spectral cytometry in the clinical arena. So again, just to provide a bit of context about where I'm coming from, Q Squared Solutions is a central lab services organization. So we support global clinical trials. And as such, we've got labs positioned around the world to facilitate the fresh online testing of whole blood, bone marrow, tissue samples that are shipped from clinical sites. So about 4 years ago, we adopted the Cytek Aurora spectral cytometry platform kind of as a solution to the increasing requirements for high parameter flow cytometry within clinical trials. And I'm going to share our experiences implementing spectral flow across our global lab network, and hopefully illustrate to you guys that Spectral Flow does represent a robust platform for, immune monitoring and biomarker discovery within clinical trials. So the inherent challenge facing flow cytometry has always been discrete detection in a finite color space. And I think it's really important to appreciate where we've come from in a relatively short time frame. So instrumentation and technology have kind of been inextricably linked with fluorochrome development. And as more fluorochromes were developed, more complex cytometers were developed. But with traditional polychromatic flow, using the approach of one fluor, one detector, the number of concurrent colors is really capped at around 28. And as the importance of cellular biomarkers in the drug development process grows, the value that you get out of this deeper immune profiling really has the potential to dramatically increase our understanding of the immune landscape in the context of disease and disease treatment. So surpassing the limitations of polychromatic flow, and not just in terms of number of colors, but in terms of marker resolution, has really created the opportunity for the innovation that ultimately led to the commercialization of spectral cytometry platforms. Now, the concept of spectral flow is not new. Dr. Robinson's group at Purdue published the initial papers detailing spectral back in the early 2000s. But in the mid-2010s, that first commercial spectral cytometry platform was introduced, and essentially that set the stage to surpass the limitations of polychromatic flow. So a little bit of background in case for those of us who weren't here yesterday. Instead of employing that traditional one fluor, one detector approach that we're used to seeing in polychromatic flow, spectral cytometry captures the entire signal of every fluorochrome across each laser. These signals are then stitched together to generate a full spectral signature. And providing a reference signature to the software, we can then deconvolute or unmix the contribution of each fluorochrome within the multicolor sample. So in measuring the full spectrum of each fluorochrome and not throwing away any of the signal, which is kind of the case in traditional cytometry when you're only measuring a fraction of filtered light, not to mention that the remaining overlaps are then kind of removed through compensation. The benefits are really threefold. So in addition to both superior resolution and increased sensitivity, the real estate within that otherwise finite color space is really opened up, and that allows for much greater fluorochrome flexibility. So fluorochromes like APC and Alexafluor 647 that are otherwise kind of seen as the same on a traditional cytometer can actually be measured simultaneously, assuming careful panel design, by leveraging the spectral differences in the off-peak channels. So flow cytometry, commonly used technology in clinical trials because of its broad applicability in monitoring disease, in identifying biomarkers, in characterizing immune responses. Some of the ways we use it tend to include assessing target engagement through mono or bispecific receptor occupancies, or through assessing downstream signaling events, defining the pharmacokinetics of engineered cell therapy products like CAR-T or CAR-NK monitoring assays, identifying biomarkers that may serve as predictive surrogates of drug efficacy through immunophenotyping panels. And in the context of hematologic malignancies, confirming efficacy through minimal residual disease panels. Now, given both the complexity of high-parameter flow cytometry assays and the global nature of clinical trials, platform harmonization, instrument standardization, rigorous quality controls, and standardized assay protocols are really essential to ensure the high quality data within that global delivery network. So spectral flow cytometry is particularly well suited to support these growing requirements for deeper, more comprehensive immunophenotyping in clinical trials. And when adopted into a clinical setting, that expanded knowledge from these larger parameter data sets, often generated from limited sample volumes, could really alter the approach we take to drug discovery and efficacy. So what I like to do is outline a pathway to successful platform adoption by highlighting our experiences with performance qualification, instrument standardization, and assay validation as early adopters of this technology within the clinical trial space. So initial instrument characterization is an important first step for all new instruments, regardless of platform. And it serves as a valuable quality control and benchmarking tool to qualify the expected performance under specific assay conditions that you would actually use within your clinical trial. So by using a highly expressed marker like CD4 conjugated to each fluorochrome of interest, what I'm calling cross-stain indices, although as I learned yesterday from Deanna's talk, that's now an outdated term, and we should actually be referring to that as stain index reduction spread matrices. But for the purposes of this talk, because I wasn't able to update my slides, we're going to keep calling them CSIs, cross-stain indices. So those and or spillover spread matrices can be used to compare new instruments to qualified predicate instruments and highlight areas of unexpected or increased spillover spreading. They can also be used to highlight changes in a single instrument in a longitudinal type assessment. So we identified a set of 36 fluorochromes spanning the majority of the detectors on the 5-laser Cytek Aurora, for which commercially available fluorochromes existed at the time. We generated single stain samples of each. We confirmed the spectral signatures, unmixed the data, generated CSI heat maps, interrogated the spillover spread, and implemented corrective action as appropriate. Now, we recognize that new and improved fluorochromes are continuously being released, not only to replace current fluorochromes with, cleaner alternatives that might exhibit less spread, less cross-laser excitation, but to augment them, to kind of fill in those empty channels. And so we don't necessarily propose that this 36 color set of fluorochromes is the optimal one for panel design. And remember, this is, 4 years ago when we set out to do this. So you might be looking at yourself and saying, well, those aren't really the combinations I would choose. But what it does do is it gives us a starting point to do this kind of assessment of instrument performance. I will mention that, because the data that you can generate from this type of assessment is so valuable in terms of panel design, we tend to run extended versions of this analysis where we'll look at 60 to 70 of our favorite fluorochromes, and then we'll use that library to generate various fluorochrome unmixing combination sets. So we touched on this yesterday, but for the benefit of those who were not here, just a reminder that what I'm calling the CSI, cross-stain index, quantitates the loss of resolution due to spread, and it's directly related to the intensity of the marker. So in the resulting heat map, fluorochromes in the rows introduce spread into the columns, with the darker reds indicating higher loss of resolution, meaning more spread. So if we take the example of PE and we look across the laser lines, we can see that the cross-laser excitation off the UV and violet lasers results in spread into the BUV 563 and BV 570 detectors, respectively. Similarly, if we look within the same laser as PE and we look at its nearest neighbor, PE Dazzle 594, we can see the spread introduced there. And just for the sake of comparison, I've also included a spread plot of PE versus PE size 7, where you'll notice that there's no spread introduced. So while we cannot expect the spread between optimally performing instruments to be absolutely identical, they really should be quite similar. And any deviation from that pattern might highlight an area for further investigation. So using this approach, we identified and were subsequently able to correct 3 independent issues that we found during our instrument qualifications. So the first was a filter manufacturing issue that we identified when we were unmixing BB421, Super Bright 436, and eFluor 450. So because of the highly overlapping nature of these fluorochromes, a diminished unmixed stain index is not unexpected when you unmix these in the same fluorochrome set. But as we learned yesterday, with careful panel design, meaning leveraging mutually exclusive antigen expression patterns, one should be able to use these 3 fluorochromes together successfully. And you'll see here I've got the similarity index, which we again touched on yesterday, of these 3 fluorochromes. And as a reminder, this is kind of a measurement of dye pair uniqueness, and values close to 1 indicate that the signatures are very close to each other. So when we looked at the CSI heat maps and the associated N by N spread plots, we observed markedly increased unmixed stain indices. This was the result, or this resulted in rather exaggerated spread, and was a result of the increased RSD of the negative population when we compared it to a previously qualified predicate instrument. So working closely with Cytec, the root cause of the problem was actually identified as an out-of-specification V3 filter. And I'll highlight that this is also the same filter as the UV5 filter for instruments having a UV module. So I do want to mention that the instrument had passed manufacturing qualifications and had passed daily QC. So this really highlights the importance of using fluorochrome-specific assessments as opposed to just relying on QC beads. So following replacement of both the violet and the UV modules, the CSI actually resulted in expected unmixed stain indices for those 3 fluorochromes when we use them together. And you'll notice I've got the scaling the same between the top and the bottom plots, because I wanted to really illustrate the significance of the spread prior to the module replacement. Do want to point out that Cytec was able to confirm that these out-of-spec filters were limited to a very narrow production period. They accounted for the impacted instruments and subsequently implemented filter scans prior to shipment to confirm transmission and wavelength measurement. So the second issue we uncovered as part of our performance qualification was a hardware issue. Now again, CSI heat maps between optimally performing instruments are not going to be an exact match. But when you start to see areas of greater than 20% difference, that might indicate a red flag. So in comparing a new instrument and a previously qualified predicate instrument, we noted a number of these areas marked in red, particularly in that first BUV 395 column. So as a troubleshooting exercise, we ran 6 peak beads on the 2 instruments at low, medium, and high flow rates. And we focused on the CV of the second brightest peak in the UV detector, or UV2 detector rather, because that's where the BUV 395 peaks. So we found that instrument A, in dark blue here, displayed relatively stable, marginally increasing CVs with increasing flow rates. But instrument B, the green line, even at that low flow rate, had a CV approaching 6%, and that increased to over 10% at the high flow rate. Now, I want to point out that the manufacturing specifications require that the CV for the third detector for each laser to be at or below a 5% threshold when acquired on medium. And while I'm not showing the data, that was actually the case for instrument B, indicating that it did meet manufacturing specs. But following realignment to ensure those within spec CVs, not only on medium, but also on high, the CVs for UV2 were essentially identical when we ran rerun on instrument A, and were markedly improved on instrument B, which is going to be your light green line. And the resulting calculated differences between instrument A and instrument B, shown in that lower heat map, were very much improved. So this example really highlights the requirement to determine the optimal operational conditions for each one of your instruments. So the third issue that we identified was actually a software issue related to the appropriate laser delay being set when daily QC was performed in tube mode and the resulting assays were then run in plate mode. So to illustrate this, I'm displaying the expected spectral signatures for two fluorochromes, and I've selected those because they are excited across multiple lasers. BUV 661 and PE Sci5. Now, when we looked on a new instrument and we looked at the signature of those same fluors, we observed markedly lower MFIs in the UV, the yellow, green, and the red detectors, while those in the violet and the blue detectors remained as expected. So these patterns, kind of taken together with the knowledge of the laser detector module layout, specifically the fact that the violet and the blue detectors are closest to the flow cell, and then the red, yellow, green, and UV detectors are further down the line. And of course, those were the areas where the spectrum, where the signal appeared to fall off, led us to believe that the discrepancies might be associated with an incorrect laser delay update. So again, working very closely with Cytec, a critical software parameter was identified that actually needed to be set identically between acquisition modes. So post-correction, we were able to confirm that the spectral signatures were aligned across both instruments and move forward with our qualification work. I do want to point out that prior to the software parameter correction, had the QC been run in plate mode, the laser delay would have been set appropriately for acquisition in plate mode, in much the same way that running QC in tube mode would set the correct laser delay for acquisition in tube mode. So this is kind of another example of the requirements to qualify each instrument under the specific conditions that you're going to use during the trial. Meaning if you're going to run your daily QC in tube mode, but acquire your samples in plate mode, you need to be aware of this kind of thing. So I illustrated those examples, again, to highlight the importance of condition-specific qualification to ensure that instruments across a global fleet, in my case, but perhaps, your instruments all sitting in the same room, are essentially as optically harmonized as possible before you then move into the standardization phase. And remember, we were early adopters of this technology within the context of a global central laboratory. So while we did encounter some challenges, it was our close collaboration with Cytec to identify and correct the underlying causes that I think has really benefited the user community as a whole, in that filter transmission is now confirmed, alignments can be performed across various flow rates, and engineers are aware of the really simple software fix to ensure that laser delays are applied appropriately. So let's now move into instrument standardization. So because the goal of any flow delivery network is really data consistency and reliability, instrument standardization is an absolute requirement. So not only do we want to ensure that the same sample run across multiple instruments, whether those are in the same room or on different sides of the world, result in equivalent population frequencies, but we want to make sure they also have equivalent fluorescent intensities and equivalent ability to resolve those dim populations. So recently published 862 guidelines do provide some advice on standardization, and they point out that moderate to high intensity beads should have an MFI of plus or minus 7%, while cells of interest should produce similar plots and similar MFIs with plus or minus 15% for the positive staining. So as far as the appropriate standardization matrix, both hard dyed beads and fluorochrome specific particles could be considered. So I've got a summary of the pros and cons of each approach here, with the pros of each matrix kind of highlighted in bold. And without belaboring the point, because fluorochrome specific particles are spectrally matched, they are going to provide the tightest standardization. But when you're thinking about standardizing 64 detectors, the associated availability, costs, and labor associated with this approach make it potentially a little less attractive. What I will say is that we started off assuming fluorochrome specifics were going to be the way to go in terms of standardization, especially based on our previous experience with standardizing the FACS Cantos, where we were able to reduce the variation to less than 2% for some of our fluorochromes when we used FC beads, which are fluorochrome specific, instead of using hard dyed QC beads. I want to say that at this point, there's somewhere between 15 and 20 FC bead fluorochrome options available as catalog items. And setting aside costs, we could certainly have a manufacturer generate custom FC beads for our favorite 30 to 40 fluorochromes. But to start with, we tried a few alternative fluorochrome-specific standardization approaches, including using freshly stained capture beads, something you might use to compensate your instruments, your pump beads, as well as trying some custom dried down stained capture beads. But we did encounter challenges in the consistency of the positive signal over time. So, meaning, you could standardize multiple instruments in the same room at the same time, but in terms of replicating that over time on a single instrument or across labs, it was a bit more challenging. Now, with all that said, Maria Jaimes from SciTech has a fantastic webinar on standardization. This is available on the SciTech website, and it does have both hard dyed bead and fluorochrome specific particle standardized data. And the take home message is, yes, fluorochrome specifics are tighter, but SciTech, like us, found that the ability to standardize instruments using just QC beads is absolutely something you can look into. So what I'm going to present is our data that was generated using a hard dyed QC bead standardization approach. And I think what you'll see is the high consistency that you can achieve across instruments. So following daily QC setup to standardize our 4 instruments here on the screen to a single set of MFI outputs, those same hard dyed QC beads were then acquired within acquisition mode as kind of a confirmation step. And what I'm displaying here are the MFIs across all 64 detectors on 4 standardized instruments. And if we look at the CVs, we can see that they range from less than 0.5% to just over 3%. Now, we've got this kind of data for our entire global fleet of instrumentation at this point, which I think we're about 35 instruments globally. And what I can say is that when the CVs are calculated for the full fleet, they're still below 5% for the 64 detectors. Same is true in a longitudinal analysis of a single instrument. So that's all well and good, but one would certainly hope that the hard dyed beads that you're using to standardize your instrument would exhibit such tight CVs, right? So what if we take it to the next step and we look at the variation of specific fluorochromes on a biologically relevant sample? So if we go back to our 36 color cross-stain index data set and we look at the CD4 positive MFIs, you can appreciate the high consistency across the 4 standardized instruments, where we've got CVs ranging from about 1% to 12%. And I want to point out that 35 of the 36 fluorochromes had CVs under 10%. Now, what about an example of longitudinal and inter-instrument consistency across a range of MFIs? So what I have here are Alexaflor 647 MESF beads acquired weekly for 4 weeks on 3 standardized instruments. And for the MFIs ranging across almost 2 logs of intensity, I think you can appreciate the high intra-instrument and inter-instrument consistency, and of course the very tight overall CVs, even for that brightest peak. So if we bring the standardization kind of full circle back to instrument harmonization, and we look at the performance of specific fluorochrome sets, again, by looking at cross-stain indexes or spillover spread matrices. And again, remember that the CSI represents a loss of resolution of a fluorochrome as a result of the spread contributed by another fluorochrome, and is therefore driven by the intensity of the spread-inducing fluorochrome. And the spillover spread matrix actually represents an increase in spread in one fluorochrome when compared to the negatives in that same channel. So again, we touched on this yesterday. The math behind these is a little bit different, but they both serve the function of measuring spread as a result of the specific fluorochrome set that you're working with. And so because of that, they speak to both overall instrument performance and instrument setup. So at a macroscopic level, I think you can appreciate that the CSI and the SSM heat maps for the 36 color unmixing sets were highly consistent across our 4 instruments. So if we then drill down and look at the unmixed stain index ranking generated from that data set. So again, the stain index as a function of the 36 color unmixing set, where the MFIs of the positives and the negatives and the RSDs all come into play, as opposed to just the raw stain index ranking. The fact that we've got CVs leverage ranging from only like 1.7 to about 14.5% really speaks to how consistently the 4 instruments are both optically harmonized and standardized. So again, a measurement of both instrument performance as well as instrument setup. And just to kind of correlate the cross-stain index back to visualizing both the spread of the negative and the MFI of the positive, you can see here the alignment of the CD4 positive BV421 signal and the equivalent spread into the empty super bright 436 detector across the 4 standardized instruments. And conversely, the alignment of the CD4 positive super bright 436 signal and the equivalent spread into the empty BV421 detector across those instruments. And of course, the resulting consistency for both the CD4 positive MFI and the cross-stain index values. Okay, so hopefully at this point, I have convinced you that we have the ability to both harmonize and standardize spectral instruments. So now let's see how that translates into actual assay performance, which is kind of where it really matters, right? So we could spend an entire talk on the nuances of assay validation, from applying traditional rules of panel design in terms of matching antigen density with fluorochrome brightness and taking into account antigen co-expression patterns. And of course, this was illustrated beautifully in Deanna's talk yesterday when we walked through the development of the OMIP69 paper, to optimizing your panel in an iterative fashion. Oftentimes, the first panel you sketch out is not the final panel. Actually, I won't say oftentimes, I will say all the time. To validating it in a fit-for-purpose approach based on the intended context of use within the clinical trial, to globally deploying it to assays around the world. But suffice to say that what this step is really about is ensuring the panel optimally resolves your populations of interest, is stable over time, and again, central lab setting, we're talking about shipment from sites, so stability is important, and is robust in terms of performance. Again, in the context of a global central lab environment, where we need to replicate the performance of our assay in all of our labs around the world to support the testing, the fresh online testing of these samples. So over the last 4 years, we've really developed a wealth of knowledge that we're able to apply to new panels, but the bulk of the work is almost always still going to lie within this optimization phase. So what I want to do, just real briefly, is highlight an example where we improved the robustness of a panel through a few fluorochrome reassignments. And then I will close out by illustrating kind of what we've been leading up to from the beginning, which is illustrating data consistency in an actual assay across our standardized instruments. So as we've touched on, one of the benefits of spectral cytometry is the ability to resolve closely overlapping fluorochromes. And in fact, fluorochromes that peak in the exact same detector, but have different off-peak signatures. So one such example is PE, and some of the cleaner alternatives to PE, like CFluor-YG584. And to be fair to all of our vendors out there, multiple manufacturers have cleaner alternatives to PE. I'm just using this as an example. Both are going to peak in YG1, but the newer 584 dye exhibits much less cross-laser excitation. And we know from unmixing our CD4 single color stains that PE is going to cause spread into CFluor-YG584, but not the other way around. So we designed a 31 color panel to take advantage of this. And we placed a lineage marker, in this case CD4, in the YG584, and a marker of interest, in this case CTLA4, in PE. Now, we know we can successfully unmix these two fluors together, and Cytek has actually shown a similar approach where they put 4 in YG584, 25 in PE, and they're able to resolve Tregs just as well as if 25 is placed somewhere else in the spectrum. And of course, these two fluors are used together in the OMIP69 panel that we talked about yesterday. But in the context of the central lab setting, where we are leveraging the utility of reusing reference controls in a library for efficiency, very minor spectral differences in reference controls and the multicolor sample can manifest as unmixing errors. And these risks increase for these closely overlapping fluorochromes. So this is where stress testing your panel for robust performance under the conditions that you're going to run it under is so important. So what you can see here in the FMO tube that lacks the CTLA4 PE, the CD4 positive cells appear to have a higher background than the CD8 positive cells. And this is actually due to an unmixing error with the CD4 YG584. This results in a loss of resolution of CTLA4 on CD4s in the fully stained panel. So if we isolate the CTLA4 PE and move CD4 somewhere else in the spectrum, in this case we moved it to BB785, causing us to reassign some of our other fluorochromes, including 197 and TCR gamma delta, we can see that the CD4 and the CD8 populations are now both nicely aligned around 0 on that x-axis, and that we can now resolve dim CTLA4 within that full panel. Now, moving the CD4 required us to move the 197 as well. And in the original panel, the 197 and BV785 worked fine. But I think you can appreciate that the 197 resolution could potentially be improved. And again, remember, context of a central lab setting where sample stability needs to be taken into account. So one could imagine that as the whole blood ages during shipment, the 197 resolution might decline further. So in reassigning the 197 to PE-Cy7, the ability to discriminate between the central and effector T cell subsets on both the CD4s and CD8s was vastly improved. So I appreciate that this is kind of a really specific example, but I do hope that it highlights the importance of panel optimization. And again, this doesn't mean that you can't use PE and YG584 simultaneously. In fact, it's leveraging those really closely overlapping floors that's going to allow us to kind of break that color ceiling that we're restricted by in traditional flow cytometry. But in our case, a few panel modifications, we reduced the risk of not being able to adequately resolve dim CTLA4 on CD4s within the context of the central lab workflow. So now we get to the good part. I still have a little bit of time, right? Yeah, okay. So we followed the roadmap of qualifying instrument performance, confirming standardization, and optimizing and validating a robust fit-for-purpose assay. So I think we can appreciate the resulting assay consistency across our instruments. So what we did was we acquired data from 6 normal healthy volunteers using a 27-color T-cell immunophenotyping panel on 2 standardized instruments. And by running t-SNE that subsetted on the lymphocyte population, we can see highly correlated expression levels across all of the panel markers. And of course, these types of dimensionality reduction algorithm analyses can actually serve as helpful tools to kind of confirm the performance at standardized settings by helping to visualize potential instrument outliers within a group, kind of in the same way that they can be used to identify batch effects. So if we then drill down and interrogate the equivalence of the naive and various memory cell populations in terms of frequency on both the CD4s and the CD8s, by looking at CD45RA on the x-axis and CD197 on the y-axis, we observed that when we place the same gates on a sample acquired across 2 standardized instruments, we find consistent frequencies. And that essentially holds true across multiple different donors with different T-cell memory population distributions. And finally, if we assess the frequency and fluorescent intensity of one of our favorite markers, PD1, on total CD8s and CD4s, where, and then we subset out the naive CD8s and CD4s, where essentially you're measuring background, very little PD1 expression, central memory, CD8s and CD4s, where you've got an increased level of PD1 expression, effector memory, CD8s and CD4s, where you're going to typically see the most PD1 expression. And finally, terminal effector CD8s and CD4s, where there continues to be a significant level of PD1. I think we can appreciate how solid the data is, both in terms of frequency of PD1 positivity and MFI of the PD1 signal across the 2 standardized instruments, across really a range of PD1 expression levels. So I hope that I leave you with the confidence that spectral cytometry does represent a robust platform for immune monitoring and biomarker discovery in clinical trials. Remember, we had set out to adopt spectral cytometry in the context of a multi-lab clinical setting in response to the need for deeper, more comprehensive, high-parameter panels. And in addition to the increased sensitivity and resolution Spectral offers, the concept of consolidation of redundant panels and minimization of starting materials is an extremely attractive feature, for pediatric samples, for fine needle aspirates, and of course for MRD analysis. You're likely aware that the phenotypic variability of hematologic malignancies often results in redundant multi-tube panels on conventional cytometers, and this can really lead to increased trial costs. A few years ago, Cytech published a white paper demonstrating a 3-tube AML MRD panel that was designed to run on a 3-laser conventional cytometer that was essentially adapted to run as a single tube on a 3-laser spectral cytometer, essentially eliminating duplicated reagents and perhaps just as importantly, if not more importantly, requiring less bone marrow to actually achieve the same level of sensitivity. And Cytech has just released a 20-color AML kit designed to be run on a 3-laser instrument, which of course leaves room for some drop-in markers if you have the luxury of owning a 4 or a 5-laser instrument. And if you're not already aware, I will point out the recent Cytometry A publication out of Dr. Wallace's Roswell Park team, detailing a 27-color AML MRD on the 4-laser Aurora. So we acknowledge that there may be a level of platform adoption hesitancy of spectral cytometry within the clinical arena, and spectral flow, is not without its risks. So these include requirements for increased expertise, the fact that panel development timelines are likely to be increased, and of course, just by virtue of the increasing panel complexity, there's an increased risk for cocktailing errors and unmixing errors. Not to mention the curse of dimensionality. So with these high dimensional panels, not only is traditional hierarchical gating inefficient, it's also likely that you're missing important insights into your data sets by relying on predefined endpoints. So to mitigate these risks and provide confidence in the robustness of the spectral cytometry platform, we recommend in-depth instrument qualifications, like I've walked through. So in much the same way that you would qualify an assay for intended use, I think it's incumbent upon the user to qualify your instrument for intended use. So I illustrated successful instrument standardization with hard-dyed QC beads, but you might want to consider fluorochrome-specific standardization on an assay-by-assay basis. Not necessarily for all the fluors in your assay, but maybe those where you're tracking MFIs. You might also want to consider automated cocktailing or lyophilized cocktails for your high-volume panels, assuming your fluorochromes allow for that. And of course, a robust QC program is an absolute must. And this is not only to confirm that you've actually added all your reagents into the stain, but that the resulting data is correctly unmixed. And it really becomes vitally important to confirm that when you start thinking about leveraging the advanced AI and machine learning tools, because as we all know, quality in equals quality out. And of course, this was mentioned a number of times during yesterday's dimensionality reduction talks. So I'd like to leave you with this. You saw multiple times in my talk the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. And in fact, this was the title of a white paper that we published back in October of 2021, where we detailed our approach to this in-depth instrument characterization. I think it's really attractive to think about running 40 and 50 color panels. And we've got the reagents and we've got the tools to do that. But at the same time, I think it's important to highlight that our responsibility as scientists is really to let the scientific questions at hand drive the panel approach. Because in the end, data quality and reproducibility should really be the ultimate goal. Thank you. Yeah. So the question was, if you've got service coming in, you're replacing a laser, you're replacing an APD, doing some tweaking, what should you do? I think best case scenario is to confirm, to rerun that, your 36 color unmixing set in our case, and make sure that you're still getting the expected spillover spread. I think you can get away with, confirming a lot with QC beads, but I think I drove home the point that it's that fluorochrome specific assessment that really goes above and beyond and helps to highlight some areas of concern. So that would be my recommendation. So you mean just CD4s versus your actual SSM CSI for the antigens in your panel? Yeah. Great question. I think if we, right. Okay, so the question was, do you just use CD4s to generate your cross-stain index or your spillover spread matrix, or do you use the antigens within your panel to generate panel specifics? In our context, given that we're running, 50 to 100 different multicolor panels, it makes sense for us to continue just to run the CD4 cross-stain index. I think if we had all the time in the world, it would be super valuable to run the antigen specifics to your actual multicolor panel. In our case, it's just not efficient to do that. Is the data influenced by the software? No, data is not influenced by the software. It's just, how you're visualizing it. What I will say is all of this data is acquired on Spectral Flow, which is the software associated with the instrument. But what I will mention is that we quickly found that Spectral Flow is great for acquisition, not so much for these huge analyses. So, we heard yesterday about Omic, the cloud platform for data analysis that essentially provides traditional hierarchical gating that you're used to, as well as some of those dimensionality reduction. It has the possibility for including auto gating. So that's what we use for our analysis. But the data would be the same. It's just the way it's visualized. Yeah.
You talked a little bit about QCing your unmixing. You also talked about in these panels when you're using things like PE and yellow green 584. If you don't have good spectral, a good control, then you could run into unmixing errors. Are you guys using that software to QC?
We have an ongoing initiative to figure what is the best way to QC these huge panels. So obviously, every time there's a single analytical run, we've got a QC sample running alongside of it. So something like CD checks or PBMCs. So we know the expected unmixing profile of that. And that can only go so far. So we're kind of diving into some machine learning, kind of extracting expected MFIs from these large data sets electronically to add kind of an additional layer of QC in addition to just the manual intensity of looking at N by N spread plots. I think as a user community, we've got to come up with more efficient ways to assess compensation and unmixing within these larger panels.
Next talk. So you talked at the very end about lyophilizing. Are there reagents or floors that are better and or worse particularly focus on the ones that you should leave out?
Yeah, I don't have a great answer for that other than Kelly's talk yesterday kind of enlightened me. It was very interesting. There was a lot about fluorochromes that I never knew. I mean, I've been using these my entire life. I feel like we need to kind of take a step back and maybe remind ourselves of the basic. My understanding from that talk was that the BVs don't lyophilize well, but potentially, given the chemistry of the newer Starbright alternatives, they might. So I think it's an unknown at this point, at least in terms of what I'm aware of. 100% agree. Just to recap, clinical trial use, biomarker discovery. This might not be the panel that you ultimately use in clinical diagnostics, but it can be used to inform perhaps a smaller, more focused panel. Does that kind of summarize where you were going with that? Yeah. Yep.
Speaker is, can they hear me there?
Can hear
Okay.
you now.
So for those of you online, I'm going to repeat just this first sentence. So the title of this talk gives you an indication of how creative the speaker is. So we're going to be inviting, or just a second, giving the stage to David Ng from ARUP Laboratories. What I love is that he actually, his undergrad was an electrical engineer. So here you are, sitting in the room with an electrical engineer who went on to get his medical degree, and then did his residency at Dartmouth and fellowship at University of Washington. He's currently the scientific director of Applied Artificial Intelligence at ARUP and the medical director of Flow at ARUP. And if you visit their lab, they have a research lab that does a lot of the pre-work before they roll things into, to Johnny's point, into their clinical lab. And when you walk in that lab, they have every clinical instrument that you could imagine, and then they've even branched out deeper into that. So he has extensive experience with Cytoflex and beyond, and I think you'll enjoy this very much. David, to you. I actually should mention he just had a baby, which is why he's he welcomed the baby
so
with
much
his
for the
wife,
kind introduction.
which is why he's remote.
Yeah, sorry about that. I wish I could join you, but yes, my wife had a baby last month, so I'm unable to travel for a while. But it's an honor to be here to speak to you about a subject near and dear to my heart. Obviously, going to be talking about bringing machine learning into the clinical flow laboratory. And so this talk is going to be very practical. I'm going to try and hit on points that you might need in the clinical laboratory that you need to start thinking about if you want to bring this online. So, well, this is my outline. What's the problem? How do we solve it? Because I'm an engineer. We kind of develop things. We say, this is the big problem, break it down to smaller problems. So here's the problem, the Matthew principle. The big gets bigger, the small gets smaller. A lot of flow labs, especially large ones like ours, are seeing rapid growth in volume, right? So we're seeing 10, 15% year-on-year growth, but really the population isn't growing that much. You know, the population over age 65, which has most of the cancers, is only growing about 3%. And why is this? What's driving this phenomenon? Well, really, clinical flow cytometry, like other areas in laboratory testing, is driven by very high fixed costs, right? We require very high technical expertise, the equipment's expensive, the validations are expensive, but then any additional test that you do is relatively cheap. It's basically the reagent costs and some tech time. So we're kind of, we're kind of in the razor blade industry in some ways. In addition, right, reimbursements are decreasing in real terms. So what we're seeing is a lot of smaller labs closing, or larger labs getting bigger or absorbing that volume. The issue is we can't infinitely scale these systems, right? My system scaling is personnel limited, honestly. We know medical technologists are incredibly hard to find these days, especially medical technologists with flow expertise. Those are getting rare as hen's teeth these days. MDs are very hard, expensive to hire and maintain. I mean, look at me. The marginal, and what this speaks to is the technical cost, right? The cost of doing the wet bench stuff is actually pretty low, and you can maintain economies of scale. You can, if you double your volume, your technical costs are actually not going to double. Unfortunately, your analytical costs, or your costs of maintaining people to look at the data and sign out the cases, those are constant. So if you double your volume, you're going to have to double those analysis costs, because a person can only do so much. So how do we go about solving this problem? Well, the way we've kind of tackled it is solving a bunch of individual problems. So there are technical, organizational, and financial problems. And, I'll touch on all these things in just a moment. That, from a technical standpoint, there's the strategy. How are we going to go about even doing kind of replacing personnel here? So let's talk about kind of 50,000-foot view of implementation. Most laboratories are paper-based. Some people have moved to digital reports, but a lot of laboratories are paper-based. So you have a piece of paper with a requisition, tracks that specimen through the laboratory. You have printouts, you have paper reports sometimes. Secondly, most librarians are not programmers or data scientists or data analysts, nor do I want them to be, right? I mean, like, let people do what they're good at, what they want to do. And I can't expect MLSs to become experts in machine learning and programming. Finally, if you want to do this right, the ROI is probably very low. So they're very high upfront costs and low per unit gains. So don't think of this as some kind of machine learning as some kind of panacea for your financial troubles. This actually is an investment in the future, but those gains are only going to come later on down the line, unfortunately. So let's talk about strategies, general machine learning strategies. In flow cytometry, and as with a lot of AI, you have two branches, kind of weak or high level supervision. That's where you say, here's the data and here's the diagnosis, and everything in between, I don't care about. Machine, you figure out, how do I get from this data to this diagnosis? That's kind of weak or high level or case level supervision. The other approach is kind of strong or low level supervision, where you kind of go through and say, well, you might be able to cluster these cells. Now you tell them, oh, this 5 positive, 20 positive light chain dim population, that's CLL. And so then you define these populations and you kind of annotate the cell at a cell level. And so there's a second machine learning step needed to determine what the final diagnosis is. So you're really you're really manually defining a feature extraction step, which I'll talk about in a second here. Second strategy, or second consideration, is training set size, and this plays a big role into strong versus weak supervision. So weakly supervised algorithms in general require a lot more data. You need a lot of data in order to make that inference from here's a set of cases to this is a diagnosis. Whereas if you're able to inject your own a priori knowledge, aka biases, you can make do with less data. And so for labs with lots of data like ours, weakly supervised algorithms are kind of the way to go, because it's very hard to annotate that many cases. And likewise, if you're a small lab, or if you're doing rare types of cases, you might want to use a strongly supervised approach. The other issue is, of course, rare entities. So we might only see a dozen blastic plasmacytoid dendritic cell neoplasms, and maybe a couple dozen TALLs a year. So these are quite rare entities, even for a very large lab. And if you shrink that down even further to a small laboratory, you may not even see these once a year. So this class imbalance problem is an open question in machine learning, and how to solve that is still not really known. Now, these diagnoses aren't hard to do, right? They're actually quite easy to make the diagnosis in general if you have enough data. The question is, how do you prove that your system is not going to miss it? Because if you don't have enough training examples, you're kind of like, or even testing examples, you're not going to be able to prove to yourself that one of these neoplasms isn't going to fly in because it's never been seen or has only been rarely seen. So as an aside, people talk about diagnostically challenging cases and how AI can help, in that middle region where we don't know what the answer is. I'm going to avoid these, and I'm going to avoid these for a bunch of reasons. And I think everyone should really temper their expectations about AI with this in this respect, right? First of all, diagnostically challenging cases are typically rare or unusual. They're off the beaten path. You're not going to have lots of training examples. They have to be handled differently, or they may be handled differently by different pathologists. So if I have 15 colleagues here, they may call things slightly differently. Half of us may sit on one side, the other half may sit on the other side. So there's a very low inter-observer concordance here. There's a lot of background circumstances that may drive me to one diagnosis or another that we can't incorporate into an AI model easily. And then they're difficult to, and so this leads to the fact that they're very difficult to train. Really, it comes down to this: what is the truth, right? Quid est veritatis. What is the truth? We don't know. So on these diagnostically challenging cases, if we don't know what the truth is, how can we expect a machine to? So I'm going to avoid kind of this middle region here and leave that to experts or pathologists, and hope for the best. And finally, annotation depth. So how do we go from, how far down do we label our training set? Is a question that weighs heavily on a lot of machine learning minds, right? So from a very high level, right, we can say this case is normal or abnormal. And that's a pretty easy annotation, and most people will generally agree very well, right? But is that super useful? Depends on your use case. If you're trying to screen out normal cases, that might be good enough. But maybe you want to do more sophisticated machine learning, or maybe you want to make more specific diagnoses. Well, then you have to start labeling cases with a more granular annotation. So you may talk about high grade or low grade processes, or large cell, small cell processes. The phenotypes play into a big role, right? 5 positive B cell lymphomas are one set, 10 positive B cell lymphomas are another set, and then so on and so forth. So you can actually go down really deep into the weeds, and it may or may not matter in your use case, right? And of course, the deeper the annotation, the more expense there is, right? The more time you're going to have to put in to label these things, and you may find out as you increase your annotation depth, you need a larger and larger data set in order to fully sample each of these small categories. So in our use case, we're going to kind of step back here and say, in our use case, a lot of our cases are diagnostically normal. We know that. And this is true for a lot of laboratories, although, your mileage may vary. I assume maybe children's hospitals will have a different case mix, and maybe more diagnostically abnormal cases. but about half of our volume is diagnostically normal. And then another 10%, mild left shift or some kind of pathologically waffling diagnosis in there that I'm not sure what it is, but it looks kind of normal. So, there's this Anna Karenina principle. All happy families look alike, and all unhappy families are unhappy in their own way. Another way to put this is all normal cases basically look the same. Each abnormal case looks different in its own way. And this really speaks to the knife edge, which is homeostasis, that normality is really a defined box that most pathologists spend their first year or two of residency learning this is what normal looks like before we start branching out to these are the abnormalities and they don't look like this normal. The same can actually be applied to flow cytometry, right? Can we correctly identify normal cases? Well, yes, we can. So this is a paper that I wrote with Lauren Zarumsky, one of our research scientists, a couple of years back now, basically using our B-cell screening panel to say whether there's an abnormality or not in the case. And we found out, yes, we can actually tune our probabilities such that 11% of our peripheral bloods could just be released without further looking because we know that there'll be no false negatives. Now, of course, that means the other 89% need to be manually reviewed, but we were manually reviewing 100%. So there's some benefits we seen there. And we've expanded this. This is unpublished, but we've subsequently looked at 3,000 cases, 20,000 cases over 2 years with both peripheral bloods and bone marrows on all three of our screening tubes. And we're able to, routinely screen out normal cases with an appropriately low cutoff. We're also able to identify CLL very easily and AMLs and all those things, although that's a little bit, we'll talk about that in a second. So here's a key enabler that you may want to consider if you're going down this route is how do you know what the diagnosis is in order to annotate cases, right? So our pathology, our flow reports are unstructured. They're really text-based reports. We use a lot of canned comments, but there's also a lot of prosody in there. Well, how do you turn that into structured data? This is really an application for what's called natural language processing. So we develop a machine learning model that can classify these cases, and we've actually released it for auto-classifying cases that are diagnostically normal or that have CLL or AML. It just kind of sees those reports. If it has a high probability, it automatically annotates that. And so it saves us a lot of work in terms of review and manually looking at these cases. Yeah, the issue, of course, with natural language processing is pathologists, they like prosody. I like to think that every pathologist thinks they're Hemingway, paid like Dickens, and write like Cummings. And so this is a big problem in pathology in general, right? Anatomic pathology has a huge issue with trying to annotate surgical pathology reports that are oftentimes waffling, or what does consistent mean? What does raise a suspicion of? Where do you kind of gradate these things into a dichotomized? Does it have disease or not? So there are a bunch of solutions. Use of canned comments. We use a lot of canned comments at our volumes. You almost have to, and it really forces people to kind of use the same corpus of text. That helps, but people go off the beaten path from time to time. And then kind of advanced machine learning algorithms have actually have started to do really well. I mean, like the ChatGPT is in the news as of late, but recurrent neural networks, long-term, short-term models have actually done quite well. And if you have a large enough data set, large enough corpus of text to train on, yeah, it seems to work pretty well. And then finally, manual annotation, right? If all else fails, you hire someone or you do it on your off time to start annotating these cases. It's expensive, it's laborious, there's definitely an error rate involved to it, but barring any of these other things, I think that is also a solution. So, okay, so now we have annotations. We have structured data describing each case. How do I match the data with a clinical result? This is a non-trivial process, mind you. Human readable is not machine readable. Let's make that really clear. People type, the error rate in typing is anywhere from 1 to 5%. And linking between people's names is even harder. So this is it's still an open question in pathology, in all aspects of pathology. So don't think that we have a solution for the entire field. But how do you go about making this match? In our laboratory, we have a structured file linkage, right? So at the runtime, at the machine side, we run Beckman-Coulter Navioses. We actually scan a barcode for that case. The accession number is barcoded on a piece of paper or on the tube. We scan it, and that's inserted into the metadata of the FCS file. So there's no more typing. And when the data is generated and put onto the network, we have services that look for new files that come in. They can read them. They can actually associate the sample ID that will allow for further machine learning. And so this solves a lot of problems in terms of trying to link data to annotations. So I'm going to glaze over a lot of the machine learning portions of it because, in my opinion, they're actually less important in this day and age compared to implementation. How are we going to get this into the lab? These are basically done deals, in my opinion, and I'll go into some of the reasons why. But in general, all of machine learning, and especially in flow cytometry, is split into 2 stages during your pipeline. The first stage is what's called feature extraction, right? This is really a dimensionality reduction. You're taking your high dimensional FCS data into projecting into a lower dimensional space, and you're representing the distribution of events probably. There's Tisney, SOM, UMAP, you name it. You can even do like manual clustering or older techniques like Gaussian mixture models. These are all feature extraction techniques that are in some ways unsupervised. You're basically saying, this is my corpus of data, figure out what separates out stuff, and then we start applying traditional or non-traditional machine learning methods after that. So, classical methods are, support vector machines, linear models. Ensemble methods include random forest, gradient boost, and then neural networks, which have been in the news. But they all kind of work the same way. You take in a bunch of features that have been extracted, and they spit out an answer. And there are advantages to each of these. I'm not going to really touch on it too much, but there are advantages to using one over the other in your specific use case, and you really want to kind of test them all out if you're trying to develop an algorithm. So this is the reason why I think like the machine learning, the kind of nuts and bolts machine learning is less important these days because it's kind of a done deal. And the reason I say this is all machine learning algorithms work about the same way. They kind of give you, cases that are really AML, for example, show up as AML in most algorithms. And when they break in different ways. And so like, it's not all that important how they break as long as they work. Ultimately, though, your choice of algorithm matters far less than the quality and quantity of your data set. So, for a clinical laboratory, moving from 90 to 93% improvement in your, let's say, your F1 score or your accuracy or whatever metric you're using, that's going to require a huge amount of work. And frankly, from a clinical perspective, that may not really matter much. Right? It matters for Google, matters for Netflix. They're willing to pay millions for small changes in classification accuracy because they have the volume to justify some return on investment. But for a clinical laboratory, mid-size or even large size, it doesn't really matter. So my feeling is to kind of just encase it as a black box. That it takes in inputs, it spits out outputs. You might need to know a little bit of how it works, but ultimately you want to think about from a clinical perspective, what do I need to do to get this in the shop? So I'm going to just blow through a couple of examples, right? Max Zhao and Wolfgang Kern's group published a paper back in 2020 using FlowSom as an initial feature extraction or dimensionality reduction step, followed by convolutional neural networks. This was followed shortly by my own group using UMAP as a feature extraction step, followed by random forest. And then later on, as we developed an even larger data set, we also switched over to convolutional neural networks because they have higher capacity to learn, especially with large data sets. Paul Simonson, he published a paper shortly after that even, using kind of a bivariate plots, basically every bivariate plot possible in a 10-color panel. You enumerate all your dot plots, and then you throw in an ensemble convolutional neural networks to try and predict things. And he was able to predict CLL with very high accuracy. And they even had kind of a pilot project to trigger add-on studies anytime CLL was identified coming off the cytometer. Right. Hu et al. This is an older paper. They use kind of a pre-gating strategy in order to find. This is for their use case here was for BLL-MRD, and they actually use pre-gating to enrich for the 19-positive abnormal B cells, and then they use kind of a very large-scale deep neural network to classify cases. But what you can see is the early layers. So this is kind of a conglomerated pipeline, but in all honesty, the early layers, the convolutional pooling layers, really become your feature extraction step. And then really this last area here is the so-called dense layer, is your more classical machine learning step. And almost all models, you can find where one part fits into this model and the other part fits into the other model. So, okay, now I've kind of blown through a lot of technical detail here, but now that I have an estimated diagnosis, now what? What do I do? Right? A diagnosis is only half the battle. How do I get into the clinical lab? How do I get it into a report? How do I, make changes to the lab? Well, there are a bunch of user requirements, and these are things that people should really start thinking about in terms of AI implementations, I think, is you want it to be fast, you want it to be unintrusive, and you want it to aid rather than hinder the workflow. And this all kind of falls under the genre of what's called the human-computer interface. There are a lot of software programs out there, especially in the clinical lab, where HCI is an afterthought, or they were taken from a research setting and then translated into a clinical setting where, again, HCI is an afterthought in terms of what's done in research is very different than what's done in the clinical lab. And so these are things that, especially in a high volume lab, we really want to start thinking about is how do I make this thing easy to use for the techs downstream and for the other pathologists. We're not all experts. We don't want to jump through hoops. We want to make this thing faster for us rather than make more work for me. And that'll ease adoption across the board. So one of the key enablers to this vision that I have for making it fast and non-intrusive is complete digitization of our workflow, right? As I said before, a lot of labs have paper. You use paper from stem to stern. Well, what happens on the wet bench also needs to happen in a digital space, right? We need to model both workflow. We need to model what's happening on the wet bench so that we know exactly what's happening. And this is actually quite labor intensive to do, right? To update a digital model as to where a specimen is, what's happening to it. That is labor intensive. It annoys people. People don't see a lot of benefit to it, but it's also very amenable to automation, right? If you start thinking about like, the cytometers are completely digital systems, they can tell you when a specimen comes off the machine and whatnot. But while we're doing this, we should also probably ask a deeper question of why are we doing what we're doing, right? Maybe just kind of re-envisioning the entire workflow of maybe we don't need to do this anymore because we've been doing it for 20 years and it doesn't provide any benefit, or we did this because we had X and now X doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, reimagining your workflow is this is probably a key step in trying to bring AI into the lab. So let's reimagine your workflow, right? Specimen comes in, you got a session, you got, it's a session, so you get the name, the date of birth, maybe you get the sample type, maybe, just maybe you get clinical history. Then, you know, a technologist figures out, all right, what tubes do we run based on the sample type or based on the clinical history? We set it up, we lyse, we wash, we stain, we run it on the cytometer. The cytometer tells you, oh, it's this case. It sends that data out, it's done. Someone then has to review it, figure out, are there any add-ons that need to be done? If so, then you rinse and repeat. And then finally, you end up at a diagnostic step where you say, okay, well, now I know what it is. I'm going to write my report up. So baby steps. What's our initial use case for this type of digitization? Our initial use case, and this is how we justify a return on investment, honestly, is supporting remote and remote analysts or pathologists. So analysts are senior technologists who write up a lot of our cases. And, you know, we have integration with whole slide imaging for the smears and cytospin. So this allows pathologists to basically sign out their cases offsite with everything that they would normally have in front of them. And as we saw during the midst of COVID, having that flexibility of being able to pull your people out into a safer space while still maintaining clinical operations is very desirable. The other thing is, you know, it enables workflow management, right? So I can actually digitally add on orders now. Used to be I would send an email, or I would actually walk up to the lab and say, oh, I think this case needs additional studies to look for AML or to further characterize as AML. Now that can all be done digitally. I just click one button and an order pops up in a big screen back in the lab, and the technologist can start working on it. And then, you know, one part of workflow management is now we actually have very granular data as to where a specimen is at any given point. And we can identify operational bottlenecks. We can say, well, we need more personnel here, or we don't need as many personnel here. So there are a lot of, you know, the data that's coming out of this, I feel like, is already paying off the initial investment for generating this digitization project. So this is our software. This is it's a web-based application. This is kind of a demo system that I'm showing you here, so there's no PHI. But basically, we have, you know, the assigned medical director, technologist. We're able to add on our add-on tubes. We can directly open our Kaluza analysis files and the whole slide images, and then we can generate reports. And down here, we have our previous tests, so we can actually look up whether they had MRD done or even other molecular testing done. So we actually have a lot of data at our fingertips now that in the past would have taken several steps to get. So again, this kind of justifies itself in terms of ROI. Then this is our report generation. You know, it's nothing special here. It's free text reports using canned comments. What's really interesting is now we built in a marker classification step. So the immunophenotype, which is listed down here, is actually generated from a structured phenotype report. And so as we go through more and more cases, as we collect more and more cases using this system, we'll actually be able to have very detailed phenotypes in a structured format about, oh, well, these AMLs have high 7, these AMLs don't have high 7, and do very, very sophisticated genotype-phenotype correlations without a lot of work, which is very nice. It also enables the aforementioned strongly supervised machine learning type algorithms, because now we know, oh, this AML has high 7, well, let's look for AMLs with high 7 and kind of group those cases as a corpus for training. So here are phases of implementation. Phase 0 is retrospective quality control. This was mentioned in Lauren and my paper a couple of years back. And this is to basically select out cases that should be reviewed by a manual reviewer a second time in case there are discrepancies in the diagnosis, rather than kind of the more typical random selection of cases. Phase 1 is where we're at right now, which is add-on determination. We are midway through a validation of determining whether, or we know that the algorithm works. So really it's a validation of the process in terms of identifying AMLs that come off the cytometers and immediately flagging them for manual intervention and or add-on studies as needed. The reason is, after the data comes off the cytometer, there could be a significant lag between when someone has the time to look at that case, because so many cases come off the cytometers that we have a fleet of them. So flagging these cases for manual intervention and add-ons would actually shorten our turnaround time. We also know that our algorithm, based on the triage tube, is very, very good at identifying AMLs. So it's kind of a perfect use case. We can shorten our turnaround times. We know the algorithm works well. There's not going to be a lot of reagent wastage or unnecessary testing done. Our second phase is really going to be kind of a similar concept. So using specimen triaging. So identifying cases that need to be done stat, and again, AML falls clearly in that category, but almost any positive case really should be done stat in some ways. Maybe CLL we can exclude, but cases with follicular lymphoma, especially in lymph node, you may want to get that report out sooner rather than later so that downstream testing can begin. The other thing for our phase 2 of implementation that we have not yet begun on is assisted diagnosis, right? So we use a lot of canned comments, as I said, and so having the machine load those canned comments based on its prediction would save my technologist some time and kind of drive us to see, well, oh, it thinks it's CLL, and I agree it's CLL. Well, then we can just pull the gun on that and send it to the pathologist. Now, finally, stage 3, which is kind of a reach goal, is complete automated diagnosis of some cases. And honestly, I think given our performance and the level, the size of our data set right now, I think we could probably exclude, we could sign out normals, auto-verify normals pretty easily. We show pretty good concordance, and even eliminating 10-15% of the volume from pathologist review would increase our efficiency by 10 to 15%. Now, what does validation look like in this space? So, ISAC has an AI working group, of which I'm a part of, in the interest of full disclosure. And we're leaning towards adopting a risk-tiered approach, or kind of a fit-for-purpose validation approach, similar to what H62 has recommended. And so in that schema, right, the aforementioned phase 1 and phase 0 are really considered low risk. No one gets hurt if you don't do an AML add-on, or you do an AML add-on when it's not needed, because we just don't charge for it. Oh, and if someone didn't get an AML add-on, well, you'd be none the worse for what your manual process would have entailed already, right? We would have waited maybe an hour or two for someone to finally look at that case and say, oh, yes, this needs an add-on. Phase 2 or moderate risk items, really, these are, again, people don't get hurt per se, but they could lead to operator alert fatigue, right? If there are too many false positives or false negatives, people will start not trusting the system and start dropping out. They'll start doing their own thing. They'll start kind of deviating from the SOP to find shortcuts that make their lives easier. So that has a moderate risk. Again, no one's probably going to get hurt, but it will lead to stymied adoption. And if people do get tired enough, someone could get hurt, I guess. Finally, high risk automated diagnosis or auto sign out. That's phase 3, and the bar is going to look very, very high. So for low risk, you probably don't have to do a very extensive validation. You might only need to show that your performance characteristics are slightly above random in some use cases. Most of our AUCs are that we've for almost all the algorithms we developed at AREP are kind of AUCs of 0.95 or greater. So the performance is already excellent, but we don't really need that much performance to really say this is going to be useful in the clinical lab. Whereas in a high-risk situation, you really need to demonstrate that your algorithm works kind of continuously in a rigorous manner over time, so that assay variations or patient mix variations aren't going to lead to increasing false positives or false negatives, and also design a system to catch those things. So there's a large body of literature that's kind of bubbling up in terms of AI validations, and this working group is working on a flow-specific validation currently. So one other topic about validation. So, in ordinary laboratory testing, we're kind of used to just an analytic validation where you take you take specimens as they come in, you do your test on it, and you compare it to something else. And does that assay perform as expected? And that's kind of how laboratorians have dealt with things. In machine learning, that's actually really, or in a bioinformatics space, that's really simple to do, right? We can just prospectively gather cases or even define time points and retrospectively define a period that is prospective validation data, and do your ROCs and sensitivities and specificities for whatever cutoff you choose, and show that. However, there's a deeper portion to it, the kind of nuts and bolts, the functional validation, right? Does the whole system get to the right answer at the right time? And so this is something that, next generation sequencing or massively parallel sequencing pipelines have really done a lot of. And so we're taking this concept from them is, yeah, your algorithm works fine, but does the whole system work? Does the whole bioinformatic pipeline from data collection at machine side all the way to spitting out a report works? And so the people should start thinking about kind of these bigger functional validations, which could be far more costly and intensive and as opposed to the analytic validation, which in machine learning sense is actually quite trivial, all things considered. Another question that's asked a lot is, do you need to revalidate, right? So this is kind of a values-based judgment. I don't have an answer for it, but basically in machine learning, if 30,000 cases of training is good, then 60,000 cases is better. But we know the enemy of good is better, right? When do you call it good? We don't know. There are certain diagnoses, like for example, in our training set, CLL performs remarkably well, even at 10,000 cases of training examples. Mainly because CLL, we have 223 in our triage panel, and there are a lot of them, and it's a pretty easy signal to pick up. So that's a use case where you don't need a lot of training data, and it may not. There are no gains to be had with adding additional training data. On the other hand, there are probably diagnoses like hairy cell, which don't happen as much, which could use more training data. And when do you call it good? Well, it depends on the use case, right? So for normal screening, like we proposed for stage 3, maybe 60,000 cases is enough. Maybe there are only marginal gains to be had for 120,000 cases. And likewise, for rare diagnosis, we can continue to see performance gains over time, even as we collect more cases. So there's a lot of variables in there that I don't have an answer to, but I can kind of explain the considerations that go into an answer. Another question now is, what if I don't have enough data, right? So this is really the small laboratory question, or if you're doing MRDs or you're doing PNH testing, you're doing things that there's not a massive volume of this type of testing. It's necessarily rare testing. So there are potential avenues, data sharing or standardization of panels, right? So Euroflow could be an avenue for some people. The expense, of course, limits it in the States. But having standard panels run between different laboratories means that you can then pool your data into a machine learning model, into a machine learning training set. Fortunately, getting cytometrists to standardize has been like herding cats. It's just not something that I think we have the wherewithal to do, unfortunately. Color me jaded there. Another solution is what's called transfer learning. So this is the idea of training your algorithm on one data set and then making slight modifications to the input data from another data set such that you can now use your formerly trained data set on a new, different data set. Malesh et al. In Patterns, Cell Patterns published a transfer learning approach where they used, I believe, the MLL Munich data set as kind of the initial corpus, and then looked at their performance on 3 other laboratories, smaller laboratories. Now, what do they find? As expected, their performance on the original data set is superb, and then it progressively declines with other people's data sets. So, transfer learning approach, I think, is still in its infancy. And it's never going to be as good as a single site, single panel standard data set, but it may be a way out. Finally, if you don't have enough data, you might want to consider strongly supervised algorithms. These take a lot more work. You're doing a lot of custom coding, or you're doing a lot of cell level annotations on still a fairly large set of cases. But there are people who are working on strongly supervised algorithms in their clinical laboratories, and they seem to show promising results in that region, in that arena. Finally, there's a concept called explainability or interpretability. And this kind of goes back to my previous discussion about strong versus weak supervision. Can we figure out why the algorithm works or doesn't work? And then furthermore, as a scientist, what is this algorithm using, and can I use that to improve my own practice? It's a hot topic. It's challenging from a operational perspective. I could frankly care less how the algorithm works as long as it does. But from a scientific perspective, there's a lot of unsupervised or rich dimensional data that we don't really know anything about, richly dimensional data that we don't know anything about that we could use in the future. So, this is an open topic. I personally feel like in an operational setting, not useful, but from an academic perspective, very, very useful. And I'm just going to leave it at that. So here are my conclusions. Machine learning can work on flow cytometry data. We know that it can work in a clinical space. We can adequately diagnose cases. The question is, how are we going to roll that out? The first step to doing that, I feel like, is preparing our workflows for a digital space, not the other way around. I don't think we can shoehorn our digital space into our workflows. We need to start thinking about, well, what happens in our digital space that is really important, and what happens in our kind of physical space that is really important, and merge those two Venn diagrams, right? And the reason for this is it allows for manual reversion. If our system fails, if the digital workflow fails for some reason, we can always revert back to, okay, now we still have our workflow that has some ability to revert to manual control. It doesn't happen. We have a homegrown workflow management system that's highly reliable. Downtimes are measured in minutes, so not a big problem. But the other reason for this, and I think I've already hinted at this, is that it allows for seamless integration of AI into the workflow. Because if I can automatically do an add-on, if I can do an add-on by a mouse button click, it's a short step to have a computer in the background or a program running on a Docker do the same thing, update the database where everything is running and say, oh yes, this case is AML and it needs these add-ons to fully characterize the process. Finally, I think validations really should depend on their purpose, right? So is there any need for extensive validations on non-patient facing processes? I feel like no. So like in our add-on determination, the validation is not going to be anything stupendous because, you know, harm is so low, I feel like. So with that, I'd like to kind of thank the crowd that has helped me, helped us. These are all people at ARUP, so we keep almost everything in-house. We don't have much, I mean, we're an academic laboratory. I sit as faculty at the university, but I found that a lot of research programming doesn't really jive with operational or clinical programming. So we've really kept a lot of the core tasks in-house. I'd like to thank Keith and Lauren, who are part of our R&D bioinformatics group. We call them special ops. They took my code and operationalized it, started doing all these experiments because I'm also a hematopathologist by trade. We reached out to a natural language processing group that sits in the finance division of all things, and they were able to whip up a way for us to classify our text quickly. And then there's a bioinformatics group that's really working on the pipeline implementation and all the nuts and bolts. There's a biocomputing group here that's developed our digital workflow and allows us to closely integrate those two. And then finally, the Flow Cytometry Lab, you know, the supervisor, the manager, the technologist lead, and, you know, a bunch of technologists who've helped us go through validation steps, who've gone through telling us, hey, this doesn't work, or maybe this might make a lot more sense from a wet bench perspective. And so with that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
In the audience here, I should have told you last time, if you jump over to the microphone for your question, that would help me. So, and those of you online, I know we left a little open box for you to add questions. So if we don't have any immediate questions right here, just David, you know, thanks so much for the talk. Very insightful. Took lots of notes. And one of the things I love about it is how practical you're being, right? Like we actually, going back to that comment that you made about preparing our workflows for the digital space versus shoehorning the digital space into our workflows. I think we've really got to be talking about this right now so that, in my opinion, a decade from now, maybe sooner than that, we're actually ready to do some of this. So, and then also going back to standardization efforts, right? Like I really think that all problems solve with focus. I think during COVID, we saw that better than any other time. We have to focus on what problems we want to solve. And if that means, you know, coming together and standardizing so that we can have multiple labs or labs that are the size of ARUP really get enough data to move this forward. Looks like Johnny has a question.
Always.
Okay.
First of all, great talk. I think you outlined a lot of the challenges, a lot of the interests. And I think you really outlined there are two major efforts, and that is everything up to through phase 2 and phase 3. Phase 3 is a whole different can of worms. And I think doing that, because then and you're addressing how to validate, but there's a lot of other CLIA related type issues that have hindered computation in the clinical lab, even in the molecular lab, which I would argue has simpler computation because we're looking at sequencing. And that is everything from training people, validating the trainers, as well as all of this. So we have our challenges. So I'm going to put this back to what I said earlier. I think we're seeing the expanded development of a new type of bridging type laboratory. that is going to create all of these things. I'm glad you mentioned natural language, because that was my first thought, is you got to have some good natural language in there. And we need to look at this, but the finally biggest thing that you alluded to in the beginning is the cost and time. This computation is expensive because the people are expensive, and not that they shouldn't be. I know I have a computation lab, so I can tell you. And that is a challenge when you're moving things to the clinic. And I know that a very good friend of mine worked for Foundation Medicine. And when NextGen's, well, he was the CEO of Foundation Medicine. And when the NextGen sequencing came, he said he spent a year talking more to CMS than anybody else, because the technology is very hard to translate to people in that environment. And if you don't pay for it, it doesn't get done. So I think we're in the right direction, but I think we have to simultaneously approach some of these other aspects to know how are we going to train the people, actually not validate, but qualify, if you will, as well as how are we going to deal with the cost. And what Mike Polini said, if we don't lobby in the cost, people who don't know will be there and they won't be able to do it.
So David, taking from what Johnny just said and then going back into that next gen sequencing pipeline space, are there any mishaps that we for sure know that we want to avoid, or best practices that we know we want to integrate that you specifically want to call out?
Well, not really. So best practice. So as I said before, right, the ROI initially for these types of systems is low, and so yeah, as Johnny alluded to, either the payers need to pay up, or organizations need to bite the bullet and say this is an investment in the future, because this will eventually pay for it. We hope this will eventually pay for itself. The point of this acknowledgement is not only to acknowledge all the people that have helped, but to show it takes a large group. There are probably 8 to 10 FTE devoted to this project to give you an idea of the scale of what we're trying to do here. They're not all working at the same time, but I mean they have other projects. But I mean this shoehorned a large a chunk of resources, and short of that, I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to do this cheaply or lightly. Certainly stuff is going to get missed. As we're moving further along the implementation pipeline in the bioinformatics ops group, they have, because they've worked on the NGS side, they're originally an NGS team. Because they worked in the NGS space, they already have a lot of framework in terms of this is how we document pipeline changes. This is how we save prior pipelines. So if we train a model, we will always have that model stored somewhere so that if a regular comes in and says, how did you get to this answer? This is how we got to the answer. This model was trained on this set of data, and we can retrospectively do a lot of stuff. That requires a lot of storage, requires a lot of kind of thought about what kind of regulations are needed. And I think regulations haven't caught up. And so we're kind of in the Wild West. We're a lot of us are doing what we think is best. We're taking some cues from, let's say, digital pathology, so slide anatomic pathology. We're taking some from the bioinformatics of NGS. But there's a lot of flow-specific knowledge here that really, I feel like having subject matter expertise in flow cytometry really allows us to make modifications to what the other people are doing to a flow-specific space. I hope I kind of answered your question there. Yep.
Two more questions and then we'll break, guys, for our afternoon. But one of them is, are you currently actually utilizing this for that auto re-verification or auto verifying normal?
No. So stage 3 is kind of a reach goal. We're at least 5 years out from that. I mean, maybe sooner, but that is not, we are not auto-verifying anything at the moment. Every case still has a pathologist in the queue. I mean, there are probably legal and regulatory hurdles to be jumped through, but since we're not there yet, I don't think it's a discussion that needs to be had at the moment.
Yep. Final question is, what kind of implications do you think that this will have on the ability of prospective and retrospective studies in the future? And I would say, adding the little caveat that currently there's a lot of systems that when you go back and try to historically look at how the case decision was made, there's really nothing besides, I don't remember your whole comment, but you know, the thinking that they're Hemingway, paid like they're Dickinson, and write like, I forget what the last one was.
Cummings, the man without punctuation.
Cummings. Okay. So yeah, just if you don't mind that comment, and then we'll close it out.
So could you repeat
the question? Yep, I added something to it, but the question was, what impact do you think this will have on, you know, prospective and retrospective studies moving forward?
I think this is going to be a huge boon for prospective and retrospective studies. Even now, I mean, I have a couple of irons in the fire regarding retrospective studies because we have all this data at our fingertips. Doing genotype-phenotype correlations is actually quite trivial. I can pull up 1,000 AML cases from the past 2 years. And, you know, for a large chunk of them, we have NGS data, we have associated FISH data. So because we're a large reference laboratory, we get a lot of associated data. So we can do longitudinal studies because we can see the same patient over and over again, but we can also just kind of correlate, well, you know, these types of cases, or this phenotype is associated with this genotype or these FISH abnormalities, so on and so forth. Now, you know, over time we update our panels, you know, we may consider spectral flow in the future, things like that. So there's going to be necessarily a jump in the data set, or there's going to be a break in the data set, but given the size of this, I think we can do some really exciting retrospective data. Now, from a prospective standpoint, our clinical lab is a hard place to do prospective studies because we're just kind of running through. We're just trying to get to a final diagnosis. In a research setting or in a less busy clinical lab, yeah, prospective studies are very interesting. I just have neither the technologists nor the time to engage in that type of stuff. So a lot of my thoughts have been directed towards a retrospective situation.
Yeah, well, thanks again, David, first of all, for your passion in this space. I think we'll, in 5 or 10 years, look back on this day and comment about how fresh it all was to all of us. So thanks for that. Thanks for the talk, and congrats again on the expansion of your family.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your attention. Take care.
For everyone else, we are going to break until 11:10. So we'll be back here for Dr. Wang's talk to introduce her at 11:10. Thank you. do I change what the All right, welcome back. So just to tie the two talks together, I'm going to call out, I see Marion's in the audience, and we were talking about how in that last talk, right, that a lot of this is the work that the technical person is doing at the bench is critical to the data that we're getting out. And then the people who are sitting remotely analyzing data. And I'm picking on Marion just because some of what we're seeing today is really made possible because of the basic partnership that MD Anderson was willing to take. I told you that we all wanted to standardize flow cytometry panels, 8 to 10 color in Texas, which started in Texas. And if it hadn't been for Tracy and Marion and Cindy back then, you know, really saying, hey, we're going to take this under our belt, I don't know that we would have been able to come to Joel and say, hey, let's have a clinical session. But Jeff Jorgensen, who is from MD Anderson's lab, was one of the first speakers. And today I am actually just overjoyed to be inviting Saw to come and speak to us, Dr. Wang, about an incredibly relevant topic right now. She's going to be talking about this 12-color MRD assay that she took through the paces of getting FDA approved. And it's important to know that she's the section chief now at MD Anderson's Clinical Flow Lab, in addition to being a professor of pathology. Her expertise is in histopathology, flow cytometry, and molecular. She has over 290 original studies, 33 like peer-reviewed reviews. 25 book chapters, and actually 7 reference books. Her contributions to ICCS have been foundational to where ICCS is, including being one of the past presidents. She's also been involved in US CAP, ASCP, IAP, SHEH, etc. She's currently sitting in the ELN groups for AML, MRD, and MDS, and is certainly one of the experts in tumor biomarkers. So really excited to hear her come and speak and help me give her a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Masha, for the introduction. You know, when I heard the first spectral cytometry, I feel kind of a little bit intimidated. You know, you're doing like 50, 100 colors, you know, we're still working on this 12-color flow cytometry. But this is a reality in the clinical laboratory, you know. So we have, you know, today I want to introduce you this assay, you know, like to show you why the technical component is very important, but also the professional, you know, component is also very, very important to interpreting, you know, this complex, you know, like a disease. So this talk, I gave a similar talk last year at the ICCS meeting, you know, but you know, Masha told me that people is more interested in how to develop this assay, how to interpret assay. So I removed the validation part, you know, because this assay, we actually obtained FDA in vitro device exemption, you know, also like very rigorous validation process. So what is AMMRD? It's, you know, you use the very simplest words. It's like, you know, before, you know, the AMMRD, you know, assay, you know, conventional remission criteria, basically, you know, you give patient chemotherapy and less than 5% of blasts, then you call remission. You know, we not a count recovery. So AML-MRD basically just to tell you, within this 5% of blast, does patients still have disease? This can be done by different ways. But, this is AML. It's an extremely complex disease, especially in adults. Why is very complex? Because the disease pathogenesis, it's a multi-step process. You start with CHIPs, the mutation, and then accumulation of the mutation, and the cells, become the MDS clone. Then they further accumulate molecular genetic events. They become AML. Then after treatment, we may dealing with the selection of subclone. We may, dealing with the cells, reverse back to pre-leukemic cells. And also we may have to handle the immunophenotypic switch. So, and also AML treatment varies greatly. You don't have just one set of chemotherapy give the patient, who being uniformly treated. Another thing is, the AML immunophenotyping, the blast immunophenotyping vary greatly. So I rather to do MDS flow cytometry. Why? Because, the blasts are almost uniformly positive for CD34. But however, in AML, the blasts vary quite a bit. You can have CD34 positive ones, CD34 negative one. You can have APO-like. You can have monocytic, megakaryoblastic, erythroblastic. So, the immunophenotypic vary significantly. You don't have a good population. You say, I just pour it out, use one marker to get all the cells for analysis. So, my talk is going to in conjunction with this EON. They published the first paper in 2018 and then second paper revised in 2021. I actually just joined them last year. Tomorrow, actually, I have to do a presentation at the EON meeting. So, EON recommendation, you always ask about, since, you're talking about the molecular genetic events, why are we not using the molecular method to monitor AML-MRD? Because molecular AML-MRD is just not ready for prime time. First of all, if you want the sensitivity, you have to have real-time, quantitative PCR. However, this is a really specific design for the AML with specific translocation. That, you can, if you do all the translocations, you may only pick up 40 to 60% of AML cases. And also you have to develop this specific, qPCR assay in your lab. Even at MD Anderson, at this point, we still don't have the NPM1, like a qPCR, assay. So we do have the RUNX1, RUNX-T1, and co-binding factor and PML-RRA. That's it. And also we have BCR-ABL1, but this is extremely uncommon in AML. Then in people asking about NGS sensitivity just 1%. Europe start to do, error corrected NGS. Then they claim, that can be to, 0.1%. So, but however, even if you detect mutation, does not necessarily mean they are persistent AML. They can be just persistent chromosomal hematopoiesis, not predictive of relapse. And then when you're dealing with certain, gene mutations, they could, come from patient's germline, not necessarily correlated with the disease status. Then some proliferative signal, genes. So, the class 1 genes, then actually, they can go away very quickly after chemotherapy, but does not mean the patient is, disease-free, right? They usually acquire in a subset of the leukemia blasts and make them more proliferative. So in contrast, flow cytometry is applicable to all type of AML. So then we're talking about AML, flow cytometry. We talk about the analytic, strategies. So, one thing you must heard is the leukemia-associated immunophenotype. You document, what, at the time of diagnosis, then you look for the same immunophenotype, at the time when you detect the MRD. So, however, this is the graph I really like, to show you, why that approach has the, it's incomplete. So, normal cells, so when they acquire, one genetic mutation or two genetic mutation, they become pre-leukemic cells. Further, they become MDS. When they acquire more, then they become AML. You know, this, for example, this is immunophenotype. At the time when you do the AML-MRD detection, you may identify identical clone, but you may see clonal evolution. You detect more abnormalities. Or maybe you see clonal regression. You detect less abnormalities. Some you see probably clonal evolution or regression at the same time. They become, you know, like less like, you know, what the diagnostic sample. You know, the most difficult one is the subclone selection. So at the time of diagnosis, you know, you are, you know, like attention, you know, focus on overwhelmed, you know, a population. You may have a small subset of cells present, but you cannot see them very well. So, but this turned out to be the most chemo-resistant. Then the survive, does nothing look like the diagnostic sample. So that tells us, you know, we have to use another approach. It's a deviation from normal. So, you know, anything, you know, different from normal, you know, like a C34 myeloid precursors, you know, you should consider as abnormal. But will that be always the case? Later, I'm going to show you. So EON only recommend you use deviation from normal, you know, for the diagnostic, you know, for the samples, you know, you don't know the diagnostic immunophenotype. For example, the patient has been treated outside and then now come to your institution already in morphological remission. So, you know, like, because why this can be problematic, you know, like, so, you know, like, when you detect the abnormal cells, are they the pre-leukemic cells, or they are the MDS cells, or they're really AML cells, right? This remain to be challenging. The EON recommendation, you know, like it's only for bone marrow, peripheral blood now recommended. Actually, peripheral blood already have 2 studies to show has some utility, you know, can detect, you know, AML-MRD. And also the sample quality, you know, we want to have the first pour when they do the bone marrow aspirate smear. Actually, MD Anderson, we really convince the clinicians, you know, like this is very important flow cytometry. Now they give us the first pour. So minimal 8-color instrument. So then events 500,000 to 1 million, and usually analyze, you know, of the CD45 negative cells, you know, after you remove the debris and analyze RBC. The sensitivity is, you know, we're very, very humble. You know, we say only 0.1%. But if leukemia associated immunophenotype is very distinct, and also you acquire large number of events, you definitely can go down less than 0.1%. So the EON recommendation, you know, the markers to use, you know, you can see there's nothing fancy. You know, these are the markers when you do acute leukemia phenotyping, you use them. So the EON said, you know, like C38, CD123 is, you know, may be useful. This actually, you know, like strongly, you know, like opposed by, you know, people in the United States. We think the C38 is definitely essential. You have to look, most of these markers, you know, associated with your C38. So, and also CD123 is also essential. You know, it's a stem cell marker and also frequently altered in neoplastic process. So they did mention about, you know, like a monocytic markers, you know, like, you can add if it's monocytic leukemia. For us, you know, like we have no luxury to go back to decide to add or not, to check every patient whether it's monocytic. And also another thing is, you know, they may not start as monocytic leukemia, then can relapse as monocytic, vice versa. So we just add all together. So, you know, we had an 8-color flow cytometry panel for AML-MRD at the MD Anderson. We start in 2012, you know, just for, you know, like a trial. So then in 2014, we found useful, and then we start to offer to all the patients. So, you know, over the years, we learned quite a bit. This is almost like a self-learning process. You know, you can see a lot of markers we dropped, we add, we altered. So, but however, and also we figure out a number of things from the 8-color flow cytometry assay. We have CD34 in every tube. We have CD38 in 3 out of 4 tubes. And except the monocytic tube. So we also have CD19, you know, in every tube because we want to, you know, exclude the hematogons from the analysis. We also have, we added 54, you know, just in the last couple of years in this panel. You know, I'm going to show you what 54 is. So we, first of all, we figure out the analysis strategies. As we said, for exam BALL, you use 19 to pull out a cell, for analysis, right? But for AML, MRD, as we said, the immunophenotype is very heterogeneous. So we have to do different gates, several different gates. The CD45 dim gate, which we used to call the blast gate. So, how we set the CD45 dim gate. So basically we use CD34, CD117, and CD64 to highlight, to see where the cells are. By the way, this is a normal bone marrow. So then we try to, at the list, include, the CD34 positive cell, the red cells. So why you need the CD45? You can see, some cell flow cytometry is all about the noise. Some, they actually falling in the lymphocyte region because of non-specific binding. So the CD117 is less specific because they scan erythroid precursors. They also scan promyelocytes. We can cut some of the cells if they're really not, in the region, and we include monocytes. But however, this so-called, CD45 dim blast gate, it's really not, sensitive for the detection of MRD. Why? Because in this CD45 dim gate, you have so many cells. I can easily list 10 different population of cells, in the CD45 dim gate, right? So, you can have, of course, myeloid precursors, stage 1 hematogon, stage 2 hematogon, these are B cells. Then you have, a monocytes, you have basophils and the plasmacytoid dendritic cells. So you have erythroid precursors, you can also have plasma cells, right? So this gate, initially, when in 2012, when we used the 45 dim gate, then we found we just cannot reach the sensitivity. So this, we really have to introduce a more specific gate. So then we're talking about CD34 blasts gate. But, you just heard me saying now that all the AML are CD34 positive, then why you analyze CD34 blast gate? So this is important. A lot of leukemia, even though, when at the beginning, they are not CD34 positive, but however, CD34 turn out to be more leukemic stem cells that are more resistant to chemotherapy. So, however, the leukemic stem cells also found can be CD34 negative, CD117 positive, especially in the CD117 positive, CD34 negative AML. But this is how we, analyze, the CD34. We get on CD34, this is normal bone marrow. We have a lot of hematogons. Firstly, you make sure these are all hematogons, CD34 positive stage 1 hematogons. Then in the end, we just exclude these hematogons. So this is the CD34 positive cells, but even in the normal bone marrow, remember CD34 cells, they have the multi-potential. They show differentiation, right? So, they can differentiate into plasmacytoid dendritic cells. They also have erythroid precursors. So this is what the CD34, normal CD34 stem cell will do. They give you all different kind of direction, differentiation. So here, to show you the CD34 positive cells, they include stage 1 hematogon, plasmacytoid dendritic cells, and are erythroid precursors. So we also introduce MFI, right on the plot, we use FCS Express. So, not only use the eyeballing to see the pattern, to see the levels. Actually, the MFI really help us to sense whether it's really increased or not. We only measure this MFI on the myeloid precursors. That's why we had one CD19 to exclude hematogons. We don't want to measure the hematogons because each sample may have variable number of hematogons. And also a CD19 can exclude plasma cells as well. And also, another thing important, very, very important thing we learn, it's lymphoantigen does not mean they're abnormal. Lymphoantigens, people always say, oh yeah, I'm looking for aberrant lymphoantigen expression on the myeloid precursors. So for example, you can see this is all normal bone marrow, then they can have CD2 expression, they can have CD22 expression. But what are the cells? Actually, eventually we figure out, what are the cells, CD34 cells express CD2 and CD22, they actually called stage 0 hematogons. This population is CD19 negative. So you cannot even exclude them using CD19, but they're 10 positive, 22 positive, 2 positive, and partial 7. And also early PDC, also 22 positive, 2 positive, and 7 positive. And after we learned this, we actually removed CD2 and 22 from AML MRD, like a panel, because they provide you more, interference than the actual benefit. So this is the CD7. People always say, oh yeah, the CD7 aberrant expression is abnormal. That's not entirely true. This is regenerating. But if you see here, you already sense out, we look at everything against the CD38. So if they're on the bright CD38 population, they are probably just regenerating. They are not abnormal. You can see here, this CD7, they express on CD117, they express on CD13, but however, they are not CD33, but however, they are not on CD13. CD13 is much better marker than the CD33. So what are the cells? Because the partial 7, again, you are dealing with this 2 cells, and also erythroid precursor can be partial 7. Even CD56, they can be, reactive, can be positive. So, but again, they're on the CD38 very bright population. So that's why we look at every marks against the CD38. If they're on a CD38 dim population, they are abnormal. That's how we figure out. Now we're talking about CD38 dim population. But before you apply the CD38 dim population, you really have to know what are the early stem cells, the very early stem cells. Early stem cells are CD34 bright positive, CD38 dim. So, they are located, at this place, which overlapping with the basal cells. So they have very unique immunophenotype, can be really recognized. They are low for most of the markers, C1333 and C117 has a little flare of CD4, but the, DR is low and 123 is low. So if, like I said, if they're going this direction, then that's abnormal. So that's why we look at everything against C38, right? So this is very, very important. First of all, you have to know, are we dealing with early regenerating stem cells? This population can be very prominent right in younger patients, right after high-dose chemotherapy plus G-CSF. To summarize, what do we have learned from the 8-color flow cytometry immunophenotyping? We know we need to analyze CD45 dim gate, CD34 gate, and the CD117 gate. But if you look at our 8-color panel, we only have one tube has 117. So that way give us a lesson, when we do the 12-color, we have to put a 117 in both gate. So because, some blasts are C34 negative, most of the time you find them in this gate, in the C34, C117 positive gate. Right. So the other, like I already said, we introduce MFI and we look everything against the C38, including lymphoantigens. So then we also learn how to recognize C34 positive stem cell immunophenotype. So, this 8-color assay, we have multiple publications from ourselves and also from our clinical colleagues. So, have been showed, correlated with strong predictor for leukemia event relapse, survival, and overall survival in younger patients treated with high-dose chemotherapy. In elderly patients treated for frontline hypertension and aging plus venetoclax. And in patients, even in patients with relapse AML undergoing salvage therapy, and also post-stem cell transplant. This publication showed, the utility in all this, category of patients. Now we're talking about 12-color AML-MRD design and the other considerations. We bought, like a 6 lyric, in 2020, then that's a time, we have to move, our AML-MRD to the 12-color because, our clinical team, push us to apply for FDA IDE. So I also can direct a brief mention why we have to apply FDA IDE. People say, why you bother? It's such a tedious, like a tremendous effort. Because as you know, now, all the clinical trials used to use, what's the end point for the clinical trials? used to use the patient survival, leukemia event survival. That would take a long time to see, and also quality of life, take a long time to see the effect. But now, 80 to 90% clinical trials all use use the MRD as an endpoint. So, then when you assess the risk for these clinical trials, if it's a high risk, for example, this trial, they want to use the MRD to start, either decide to give the patient treatment or not give the patient treatment. Then your assay becomes high risk. Then FDA wants to have the IDE approval. So that's why, we decide to submit our AMMRD for FDA approval. Once they approve, they lock down, you have to lock down your assay, till you finish your clinical trial. So at the time for strategic, like a plan for our lab, we definitely need to push this to 12 color. We cannot continue to use older instrument that are breaking down and also use 4 tubes, right? So when we do this like 12 color, we have a lot of considerations. So the initial diagnostic panel, when the patient come in AML, we want them as identical as possible to the AMMRD panel, because then you can go to look for leukemia-associated immunophenotype, right? So now actually it's essentially the first 2 tubes acute leukemia, it's identical to AMMRD. And also this panel should be applicable to MDS patients. The high-risk MDS patients with excess blast, basically they treat almost similar to AML. So we are asking to check the MDS, after AML type of therapy. And then we also incorporate MFI. So then if we want to use MFI, people, I already trained the 15, 16 pathology to do AMMRD. People need to have something they already learned from the other 8 color to apply to the 12 color. We want to keep them similar. And also it's a time to add or switch markers. If some markers you're not happy, you switch, that's a time. So, and to add the markers. The panel also should be able to briefly take a look at plasma cytodendritic cells, plasma cell, mast cells, basal cell, without adding additional markers. So that's my plan. So we decide, this is the marker we want put in this 12 color panel, right? So, if you see here, I have 1 marker to switch from 71 to 36. Why? Because 71, it's not useful for AMMRD. We cannot see the changes in the real positive or real negative. So then we use C36. Why we use C36? Because, C36 not only stain erythroid, they also stain mercuricytic. They also provide me another marker for monocytic, markers. So they usually decrease in monocytic leukemia. And also, they also stain plasma cytodendritic cell neoplasm. So when you see, so this is the marker I switched, and also we add, 2 markers, 133 and 25. So this is one of the ELN recommended markers. We have no experience to start with. So then I also going to introduce you 54. So what is why we did the 54? You must heard about leukemic stem cell markers. So there's one study all available leukemia stem cell markers at a time. Actually, I disagree with some of this. I don't think a CD64 is a stem cell marker. So, but the C123 definitely a stem cell marker we already have, but we already have these 2 markers. So, here, I tried, probably 4 or 5, I tried the 97, I tried the 9, I tried the 44, I tried the 54, 52, a lot of markers. But then actually really turned out to be 54, turned out to be useful diagnostically. So, so this is, if you see 54, this is normal bone marrow. The monocytes are positive, lymphocytes are positive. So it usually, the normal, stem cells. So they actually, they have a little bit expression, but it's on the C38 bright population. But right after GCSF, you can start to see a little bit flare, but it continues with this population. But in the neoplastic one, you can see this, in the C38 dim population. So they start to aberrant express CD54. So this patient actually has normal stem cell, normal precursor, but then you also have the abnormal precursor cells. It is helpful to identify aberrant blasts. CD133, what is a CD133? So as we said, what we found is here, you can see here, very few cells are actually positive for CD133, not any other cells in the bone marrow. So what are these positive cells? These positive cells actually, they only express on myeloid precursors. As we said, CD117, it's not specific for myeloid. They stand erythrocytes, they stand a lot of other cells, right? But however, the 133 is very, very committed to the myeloid precursors. So when they, start to lose C34, they become, more mature, they start to lose them. So 133 is much more specific myeloid precursor cells than the CD117. So they can be, like aberrant. For example, this black population, it's the blasts. They can be aberrant lost CD133. Another thing is, to the CD34 negative stage, they should completely lost. But we see them aberrant expressed in the CD117 positive myeloid precursors. That's aberrancy. So CD25 in the normal, as we show here, this is all different case of normal. This is right after GCSF. It's kind of like similar to 54. They have a flare, on the CD38. But if you see, in the abnormal, it's a big population in the CD38 dim population. Here has one population, here has one population. And also another thing, CD25 is also a very important marker for aberrant mast cells. For example, this patient is immersion 16 post-induction therapy. We don't like this, C33, C13 pattern. But however, other pattern looks quite normal. As we know, immersion 16 is very easy to treat. A lot of people, patients just achieve remission after first induction cycle. So we like this pattern look like this. So that's why when we highlight the cells, they did show increased CD117. If you see, I have MFI, it's really hard to see them separate from the rest of the normal cells. But this, more than 6,500 is abnormal. This is already to the 9,000. So, but still kind of everything is kind of a little borderline, like as young patient, are you going to stick your head out to call this AML? We definitely favor this to be AML-MRD. It would be nice to have other more evidence. So, C25, these are the mast cells, very bright CD117 and a dim DR or negative DR. You can see normal mast cells are here, right? So they don't have C25. So in this patient, actually, when we see these mast cells, they have uniform, very strong C25 expression. This provides another piece of evidence. This patient does have, abnormal, disease, has disease. As we know, the bare mast cells is very common in co-binding factor, like A21. But we also found actually, you can see in inversion 16 and some other disease. 25 is also another marker for basal cells. As we know, we use CD123 and HADR, so this is a plasmacytoid dendritic cell. Both are very bright for 123. One has DR, one does not have DR, right? The basal cells, they're here. So now you can see them, so the basal cells actually, have, like a CD25, this purple color. Plasmacytoid dendritic cells has no 25, but they have 36. We said 36, it's also PDC marker. Right, so we know the markers we want, and now we're talking about the design. So when you design what color to label with which chromosome, you have to know the spillovers. So, this really helped me to it's a simple, very simple guide. Right, so we also know the spillovers, the channel next to each other. So, but they also have the cross laser, spillover, right? So, for example, this 2 new dye, and then there's a lot spillover from BV711 to the R700, a lot of spillover from 786 to PE7 and APC. So, and another spillover is, the tandem with your base. 605, 711, 786, they are all the tandem dye of the BV41. So they have spillover. If you need to know more, you can look this, try to avoid, try to use the the good antigen, like strategies. So the principal strategy, important marker versus less important markers. You can compromise a little bit, like with the less important markers, and the weak antigen versus strong antigen expressed on different cell populations, like little bit interference may not that be critical, and a certain antibody works better with certain fluorochrome. You will say, certain channels are not good, but sometimes, one antibody works really good. That, comes with a lot of experience when you choose the antibody. We also adjust the PMT, like to low a little bit, for, like a increase or a decrease, for this very bright color. And also we titrate antibody, several antibody, have a proper dilution. So, and also another come to the, the antibody clone choice, right? So, before you saw this, like CD56 expression, with this clone and NCAM1. So, you can see a lot of reactive has this, CD56 expression. But, before we use the clone 159, we really see reactive CD56 on the stem cell, on the CD34 positive cells. So then we you can see here, but this can be recognized, as I said, like they are on the CD38 very bright, the neoplastic one usually on the CD38 dim one. This is the real one, the black, and this is reactive. So then we also want to test, it's the same case, we want to test, when you're dealing with the real CD56, can this clone still detect? So surely enough, this is real CD56. You can see this is with the NCAM1. So this one will still detect a 56 expression. So we actually, chose this clone. We rather to be more specific than the sensitive. So knowing, considering all those, elements, we're finally able to assign different, the color to different antibody. So my couple of cents is, you do need to do specific count, like an antibody specific count for these two channels for sure. Even some other channels with, more interference when you see your compensation is not optimal. So, we're able to reproduce what we see in the A color, like the normal pattern. So, of the CD34 cells. So we also, with the new antibody, introduced new antibody, we also recognize, able to see the erythroid precursors within the CD34 compartment. So they have absolutely no CD13, but they do have CD33. They can have partial CD7 expression. They do have CD4, and they do not have CD123. No, they do have HADR. They do have CD36. So this is, to recognize this, we're not able to, like really clearly dissect them with the 8-color panel, but with the antibody, more antibody, and also together, we're able to see the erythroid precursors. So we continue to use MFI, like this is normal, this is abnormal. You see the pattern is kind of abnormal, but, when you see the level, actually provides you a level, for example, CD13, this is markedly increased, right? So, the DR is markedly decreased, the CD123 is markedly increased, like then the 45, we usually look at here, whether increase or decrease. So this MFI, it's actually quite useful, like to, especially you want to teach your assay to other people, like something to follow. So this is the one, we like what do we consider to be abnormal? So, overexpressed antigen, like a decreased antigen or negative antigen, and the increase or decrease both are abnormal. And also, like aberrant antigens on the CD38 dim population. And, this is the one they say paradoxic expression, like a mature myeloid monocytic antigen. We found, first of all, it's not very common, and also it's not very entirely specific. We don't really rely on too much on this. We establish MFI range, like if you see a range, it's just a cutoff. It's not really a range. So then this is on every patient's PDF, just a constant reminder to the pathologist, are you looking at something off the range? Of course, sometimes occasionally you can see this off the range, but the pattern, everything normal, you can ignore it, right? So, and also constantly remind you in the page group 1, early stem cell marker, early stem cell, the immunophenotype, right? So, so this is a case, we actually, this is sent to the FDA to show you, like this case, like we see, this Black population. It's the abnormal with a lot of aberrant markers, 25 very strong and the 56 and the 54. So this is a case to show you how to do the CD34 negative AML. So this patient come in, it's like a APL-like immunophenotype with no CD34, no HADR, increase 123, and the abnormal C33, C13. So the patient had NPM1 and IDH1 mutation. This is very common for NPM1 mutated APL-like immunophenotype. So this is at the time, of assess AMMRD. This is actually after 11 cycles. You can see this population is definitely not here, right? So we don't have the, the cells carry the same immunophenotype. As we say, this type of leukemia, you looking for the similar immunophenotype cells for the AMMRD. So, but however, when we look at the CD34 cells, now we see, this is my normal, a normal bone marrow is supposed to look like. Why this is abnormal? Because CD117 is too high, and also HADR is too low. And also the 45, like it's decreased, right? So this is abnormal. Then what does that mean? Should we call, this is in the early when we had the A-color panel, we just call possible aberrant blasts. We say, different from the AML, but it's aberrant. So clinical, team, they take it as possible AMMRD. So this we actually decide to take a look, but this patient, turned out to be NPM1's negative, but IDH1 still positive. So then we decide to take a look, what are the significance of the cells? So we pull out, NPM1 mutated, because why we choose NPM1, this is actually the finding applied to all the leukemia. We choose NPM1 because NPM1 highly associated with AML. We had 7 cases, and all 100% with co-mutations. They have other mutations. So then after patient achieved complete remission, so we still have 74% with persistent mutations. So then of this, 37 cases, we found 46%, we found abnormal immunophenotype as we described, I just showed you. And also this, with the, abnormal immunophenotype, they're more corresponding to the IDH2, some IDH1 and also SRSF2 mutations. So they also correspond to with high, VAF, the variant allele frequency. So however, this does not affect the patient's survival, right? So, you follow this patient, it doesn't matter with clonal hematopoiesis, they don't predict of relapse of disease. So this, we published this, 2 years ago in British Journal of Hematology. And then the important thing is don't call this cell residual AML. That's very important. We did figure out what are the pre-leukemic cell immunophenotype. They usually see 34 positive, less than 1% of total cells. They usually is frequent, the level change. Instead, like a gain or loss of an antigen or aberrant lymphoid antigen. So they usually level change. So we also figure out from another publication, the BPDCN with, clonal hematopoiesis, the same immunophenotypic cells we observe in the myeloid precursors. So another question we got asked is how you do monocytic leukemia. They are not the CD34 positive. I want to show you one case, again, use the inversion 16, case. So this patient was treated with, FLAG-IDA. So, now the patient, bone marrow was 4% blast and 6% monocytes. This at the time of diagnosis is myelomonocytic, like CD34 cells. So then at the time post-induction, now you see we have some CD34 cells here, then monocytes, kind of back to the normal location. So this is time at the diagnosis, when you look at the monos, it's very abnormal, then they show partial CD117, decrease 4 and the 36 and the increase 123. But now you see post-induction monocytes completely normal. They don't look like at the time of diagnosis anymore. So when you look at the CD34, this at the time of diagnosis, now you see it's identical cells, still in the bone marrow. So this is what we're trying to tell you, the resistant cells as more within the CD34 compartment. Then, so this case, we did confirm this is, indeed to be positive by the high sensitivity PCR. So this is to summarize, following monocyte is now reliable. There is a significant overlapping, like between neoplastic versus reactive regenerating monocytes. So if there is abnormal CD34 present, it's usually indicative of residual AML. So in the real remission marrow, you should see like normal CD34 cells coming back. If you don't see CD34 cells, then take a hard look at your monocytes. But this disease usually it's not MRD. They usually has overt disease, like a 7%, 8%, or even 10%, like blasts. So those are not, this is how we do that. This is how we call positive, negative, inadequate, and the negative, and then indeterminate. So, this you probably can take a look, due to the time, it's almost like 12 o'clock. So, but we did, we used to, people are kind of afraid to call inadequate to the clinical team. But now we actually then retrospective review, we found a lot of false negative actually turned out to be the inadequate specimen. We have to have good samples, to call. We have two criteria. One is total nuclear events, another CD34 events. So, even if you have more than 200,000, has, less than that, we probably call suboptimal or inadequate. So, but this only applies to negative case. If a positive case, that's not subject to the quality. So we also put a law disclaimer. Disclaimer is put, basically to talk about our assay sensitivity, how we validate this is related to the validation. So my last slice, the challenges we're facing, we're still facing a lot of challenges. Don't think we figured out everything. So, first of all, now we got requests for day 21 bone marrow. The day 21 bone marrow, they usually contain very high dose chemotherapy plus G-CSF. We observe great reactive changes, reactive atypia in this case. We finally, I think we figured out, what are the true reactive versus, they are neoplastic. So this, we're learning, when situation change, we have to, also, learn ourselves. Then another thing is I show you the erythroid precursors, right? So we still have not figured out what it's actually abnormal immunophenotype for the erythroid precursors. I know the Europe used the, CV7181 for the MDS. When we really try to focus on the CD34 compartment, so far we have not figured out. We thought we figured out, but then turned out to be not so reliable. And I think the most important challenge is how to tell MDS from AML was immunophenotypic switch or subclone selection. As you know, we figured out the pre-leukemic cell immunophenotype, but however, we have not figured out the MDS phenotype. So, some patients, if we reverse back to MDS, they can manage as MDS. Now, clinical, it's also a constant challenging. We got asked all the time, are this patient reverse back to the MDS? Are patients still, AML? Because by default, if you see abnormal immunophenotype, you usually say it's consistent with persistent AML, but it's not the same. So, and also how to improve the sensitivity, how to standardize, and how to train and teach more pathology scientists, medical technology to be skilled in AMRD. This is also the challenging. And also, as you heard last talk, in how to utilize AI. We use the AI for CLMRD was actually super, good result. But for AML, such a complex disease, we have not tried yet. So that just end my talk.
So just a comment I want to make, right? I think this actually really underscores how the volume that is seen in the clinical lab of patients, right? We all sit down and do flow cytometry and we might 5 or 10 or our next question 20 or 30. But when you start to scale to hundreds and thousands, this type of reproducibility is essential because of what you're informing not only families of, but the oncologists. So they're So that's why these talks have been, just so fundamental to the next. And I think each of us carry that weight forward as we leave this room, and we continue in our careers to do things like Saw has done, being very prolific, but bring this type of what do I want to say, like accountability and redundancy into our field so that we stay relevant as so I don't know if we have anything online. I know we're running just a little bit over. Oh, good, great. So to do my experiments, are there any situations where
Right. So we did see a couple of cases, several cases, they start with C34, they became monocytic. So that's why our analysis is always, to analyze all of them. Yes. Yeah. We have a CD45 dim gate. We have C34 gate. We have CD117 gate. We looked at everything.